there's sandwiches, there's Italian sandwiches, and then there's baked Italian sandwiches. Mamma mia, this is gonna be great. And by the way, if you're gonna buy ingredients for your Italian baked sandwich, why not come to a Little Italy? In fact, why not come to the largest Little Italy? So I'm gonna get a couple things. Buy that. Just buy that. But should it really matter? Oh, I don't think so. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with our pepper spread. We're gonna go mostly kind of here, along this way. Like that? Okay. You just stay like this, young man. Now, we can start with our meats and our cheeses. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna do this in layers. So this is gonna be the prosciutto layer. We're gonna go all the way down like this. This is good. Okay, a little bit more here. But the prosciutto, and prosciutto is just the most delicate Italian ham. It's the flavors of it. If you haven't had it, it's definitely something that you want to do. Now we're gonna try and do this. Bust this guy open. Do the same thing on this one. In you go, big boy. That's what I like to see. Okay. That's the prosciutto. Next, hello to the soppressato. It's an Italian dry salami, but you can see, clearly you can see the really freaking significant fat content, and that is what this is all about. These guys are in here. And then same on this side. And then, the capicola. And this is it's a spiced pork shoulder. And you can see the fat in here too. Which, what do we say, Max?
Fat means flavor, baby.
Fat means flavor, baby. That's exactly right.
I think the people agree, considering how many "if fat means flavor, then I'm f***ing delicious" shirts they buy.
I want to shout out to the guy that requested a fat means flavor 2X. That, my friends, is committing. Okay, so next is the provolone. So we're gonna do like a channel. How's that? Provolone, provolone. Down the middle. Okay, now let's do this. Now let's put a little bit more. That's where we're starting. Look how beautiful that is. Wait till you see this thing all melted up. Now I think we need a little bit more of the top. Okay. Provolone in the middle starts. I needed to say right then. Right. And while we and speaking on. Hi guys. Look at that. Look at that. All right, well, let's get one out. But I've got a suggestion. And I hope nobody. It's hot. It's hot. There it is. That's what we need to do. Make a plastic one of these and have it stuck on the outside. To recap, in case you missed it, you just tuned in. Yes, this is a Italian sandwich baked on our 1 million subscriber YouTube plaque. But in this sandwich is the hot Italian pepper spread. It's fantastic. The capicola, the soppressato, the prosciutto, and the sharp provolone cheese that's running down the channel in the middle. It's that crazy shot, man. Time for a bite? Can I have a bite? Please, can I have a fucking bite? Please, can I have a bite? I can see all of you. Please, can I have a bite? Please. Please. Okay, so the proper thing to do would be respectfully move the baked Italian sandwich on the plaque off to the side. Get this gorgeous, gorgeous thing here. Give it a cut so we can have a bite. I like the crisp. The crisp is gorgeous. Now, this is what I like. Prosciutto, soppressata, capicola, the cheese. Come on. See that? That's what you want. That's fine. So good. So good. There's a natural spice from the meats. The extra from the pepper spread. The whole thing just a freaking dream. It's chewy, it's crisp, it's fatty, it's warm. And it's freaking beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for the plaque. If we're really cool, we would send this plaque to spend a couple of days at everybody's house. Who's done that? We should do that. Let me think about those logistics for a second. Maybe we'll come up with another idea.
We'll be done in 2 million days.
We'll be done in 2 million days. Thanks for hanging out with us. Make this. Go to a good Italian store. The good meats. The good bread. The good cheese. Good ingredients. Give you stuff like this. Here. In what we hope will not be a futile attempt, we're trying to make the best burger I've ever made even better. Max has thrown down the gauntlet. He said, "Do you think you could make the best burger you've ever made even better?" I said, you know, by calling it the best burger I've ever made, it kind of was. I don't know if I can get better. Until I thought about it for like 5 seconds. Then I went, oh no, it can get better. Pretty excited. Okay, we're going to start with, what the hell are we going to start with? Here's what we have to do. We got the meat to take care of. We have the onions to take care of. And we have the sauce to take care of. You choose one.
Onion.
Onions first, and we cut. We begin with one large peeled onion. We're only going to use half, so we'll cut it. Put this guy over here. Turn this guy on the side. And now we want the, onion strands? Not dice. Slices. Slices? What's the word here? Onion, not strands. Strands just doesn't sound right, does it?
No, it doesn't really.
Onion.
I think it's just onion.
Strings? What would you call
I
that?
think when it's just like what we're doing, it's just onion.
Lengths?
Somebody will tell us.
Slices? No.
Yeah.
No, a
that's it.
slice. No, an onion slice to me would be like a whole, like that, a whole round.
No, that's a round.
It's a slice.
I don't know.
Okay. Half slices. Fuck it, just cut. Like that, that's all. What are we cutting? Nobody knows. But I do know one thing. These guys will break up, and they'll go into our little pan that's already on the heat. Last little bit. And then some chosen avocado oil. So caramelized, beautiful, soft, some color. This will take 10 minutes. We'll just let them do their thing slowly. So sauce is an important part. I tell you when we make sandwiches and burgers and stuff like that, don't be cheap. Moisture, boy, see, there's that word. I know people have an issue with the word moisture. Do you?
I love it.
Moist.
Yes.
That's bad.
Moisture's not good either.
Moisture's not good? Let me rethink this. I tell people don't be cheap when they put sauce on because the
So you don't want it dry.
You don't want it dry.
There you go.
It's hard to say that sentence without that word. You don't want it dry, so put enough on. But just any random sauce is not a good thing, so we're going to make our own. And our own starts with mayo, and of course I use Japanese mayo because I love it. It will go in our bowl. The mayo goes in. Ketchup goes in. The last time I made this, I put sriracha in and then a mustard. I'm using a mustard now that has a little bit of sweet, but mostly spice and is really delicious. And then we need pickle. And pickle's an important part of this. And here's what I've got. I've got a little dill. Make it a dill. Don't make it one of those sweet sandwich pickles. Ooh, we don't like those, do we? So these guys, we'll just cut in little planks. See that word I've got. And then this way. And then this way to make a little baby dice of pickles. And then this one right here. You don't want to cut a pickle like this when it's round and rolling around. That's why I cut this part off, made it flat, and now I can do this one after. And this is going to give it a little sharpness, a little bite, of course a little dill pickle flavor. And it will all be good. A touch of salt and pepper, a tiny bit more, and we mix. I love seeing the chunky pickles in here. More is much better. And then we taste. Oh, yum. Oh, holy deliciousness. That you should just make, put in the fridge, and put it on everything. Turkey sandwich, on. Egg salad sandwich, on. Grilled cheese. I'm telling you, that as a spread on the bread before the cheese goes on, and then closed up and then grilled, crazy unbelievable. Crazy. Now the meat. This is the good part. And before we do, let's make the onions a little butter. So they're starting to get gorgeous color on them. We're going to add about a tablespoon of butter. That'll start to melt in there.
We're going to make them a little butter.
Did I say that?
Let's make the onions a little butter.
We're going to make them a little butter and add a little better.
We're going to make them a little better and add a little butter, about a tablespoon and a little pinch of kosher salt and fresh ground pepper. We'll start to mix that around. These guys are going to be amazing. All right, but now the meat. When we made this burger hundreds and hundreds of episodes ago, I used traditional 80-20 ground beef, ground chuck. Today we're grinding our own. The difference this will make will be unbelievable, tremendous, tenfold move in flavor. You love this. All right. You can have a separate grinder, but I have a KitchenAid mixer that I will put on a inexpensive grinding attachment that goes like this. Here's how we set this up. So, get rid of the cord, because we don't need that yet. We'll lift this up. We'll take out the bowl, which we don't need, and in this case, the dough hook, because we don't need it. Put it down. We'll lock it. And now we'll take off this little plate here by unscrewing, bolt on the side, off it comes. And now here is our grinding attachment. Cool, right?
Awesome.
It's great. So what we do, we'll turn this way so you can see. This fits in. You can see this, the little chuck here, what they call this. I don't know what they call that. That's square.
Like the socket.
The socket's square, this is square. We'll turn. And now this fits in here. Good. We take this little bolt thing, we put it back in. We tighten it, and we're ready to go. This is the coarse grind plate that's in here. That's what I want. The coarse grind plate gives us, for me, the perfect grind for this. Keeps the strands nice and big, and this makes me very happy. Now let's talk about meat, shall we? And here's what we're using today. I had these in the fridge. You don't want the meat to be warm When you're grinding, you don't want it room temperature. So here's what I've got. I have a half a pound of sirloin. I have a half a pound of short rib. I know it looks like more. And I have a half a pound of brisket. And the combination of these is going to blow your mind. Let's get grinding. And here we go. Bowl to catch the grinding meat. We'll start with the sirloin. I'm leaving the other ones in so they stay cold. We open this up. And here's what this little piece looks like. It's a gorgeous piece. But this piece is too big to go into my grinder, so I'm going to cut this to a couple of thinner strips, like this. And this we can now feed right down the tube. And we grind. Take a piece. We feed it down. We wait for it to come out. How great is this, right? Second one, up and in. It's these loose strands that really help make an amazing burger. You can do chicken, you can do turkey, you can do salmon. Stop and do the next one. Next up will be our short rib, and I have more than we're using. We're gonna use a half a pound of each, and I have more for a little experiment for later. So these are gorgeous short ribs. And look, the marbling, the fat that's in here is important. So here's something to remember. 80-20 ground beef is what I buy. That means 20% is fat. So the fat that you're looking at on here is probably that, maybe a little bit less. So I'm gonna use 2 of these. So these guys I will cut again into these smaller pieces. Perfect for grinding. Fat is your friend when it comes to flavor, ladies and gentlemen. Don't freak out. Just put it in and grind. In we go. There it is, gorgeous. See the darker color coming through. Oh boy. Last piece. Let it go a bit. Stop. Last but not least, and maybe the most important part in all this, sorry that didn't look very good, is the brisket. And once again, look at this marbling. These strands, the striations of fat that run through this meat, this is what's going to make this absolutely incredible. All right, just cut this kid down the middle. We've got 2 gorgeous pieces. Look at this. This is what you don't get when you buy regular, everyday, store-bought ground beef. You will not get this. And it's worth it. Here we go. And we're in. Oh my. Last piece. All right, here's what's important. Now that this is done, if I take this and form this into a burger, all I get is brisket. If I go into the middle, I just get short rib, and if I go to the bottom, I'm only gonna get the sirloin. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give it a light mix, light, gentle mix. And then put it through the grinder once more. A second grind is a very good thing. So let's do that.
Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind,
Grind,
grind, grind.
grind.
In fact, I think we should call this the cooking guy grind. I want you to do this. We haven't even tasted it yet. So what happens now, the meat is almost not coming out. But there is still some in this chamber here. Hold for the sound of freedom, please. You know, when I hear that, I want to look up and salute. But I remember hearing once that if you're not in the military, saluting is not something you can do. So I'll just say, thank you. Thanks for being there. There's still some meat in this chamber that hasn't come out yet. And the only way to get it out is either put more meat in, and I'm done now, or a simple, easy way is a piece of bread. The bread will start to force out the meat. You'll see the bread transition out, so you'll know when to stop. And if a little bit of the bread gets in here, a little bit, in all this, what's the big harm? There it is. So push this through. There we go. Perfect. There's our grind. 30% sirloin, 30% brisket, 30% short rib. That's going to be ridiculous. So of course we need to season this gorgeousness, but we're going to wait till they're patties and on the flat top. Now we're going to weigh them out. I want to be exact. I have my scale. Turn it on. These things are really handy. Ounces, grams, pounds. Okay, so I want 2 4-ounce patties. So let's see. 0, 2.7. There's 4.02. That's great. Okay, so here's what we do. We take this. So you take it, just gonna make a ball. Put it on here. We're smashing these guys down. So get another 4 ounces. Okay, that's good enough. All right, we take this, we set it down, and we're ready to start cooking. So my flat top is on medium. Avocado oil will be where my burgers live. And now we put one on, the second one on. I like to take the greased side of one of these, put it down, and flatten. Like that. Same. Same on this one. Now, we season with salt and pepper on both. And we wait. We're waiting for them to cook most of the way through. Maybe a couple of minutes. We're going to start to see the juices come up on the top, and that tells us they're ready to be flipped. Then we'll add our cheese. In the meantime, you can see our onions are gorgeous, caramelized, waiting to be piled on. Let's take our buns, butter these guys. The butter could have been softer. That's okay. And on they'll go. We want these golden. And now look, you see all the moisture on this one? There's that word again. You see all the juices coming up on this one? This guy's ready to flip. So you want to release, but you don't want to lose the crust. So with a good spatula, we go underneath, and when we've got full release, we take it, we flip, and we add. This guy.
When you get a full release, you flip them, add the cheese, and then you have a happy ending.
Stop it. The cheese. See that crust? That's what's going to do some amazing stuff here. Really amazing. Bun is ready. Next, we can start to build. Come on, let's build, please. And here we go. I will not repeat the speech about being cheap. Oh, look, I just did. But it's important. Guys, it's really important. Spread out. You want to make sure that every bite gets some of this. And now, here we go. We're in and down. Oh, it's so hot. Number 2. There were onions and a nice little bundle on top.
Beautiful.
And ready for the second lid. And we've crowned.
And we've achieved full release.
We have full completion. Stop it with the release.
And explosion.
Let's inspect, shall we, Max? You got the bottom bun with the beautiful crisp on it because of the butter on the flat top, and then our sauce. Heavily laden with finely diced dill pickles. It will be tremendous. Then we've got our first smash burger on top of it, a 33-33-33 split of sirloin, short rib, and brisket, perfectly crusted, the slice of American cheese, the only cheese to melt, the second smash patty, again with the cheese, and the crowning glory, the caramelized onions, oil, salt, pepper, and butter, then our top bun, seating everything, completing the entire thing. And now the only thing left to do, Maxie boy, is cut and eat. Wait, before we do, quick commercial for the Bring the C Word Back shirt. Remember, 100% of the profits from this amazing shirt goes to Feeding America's COVID-19 Response Fund. You could have your very own to bring back the C word.
Don't you want to look as good as him?
Don't you want to look as dumb as me? Here we go. Oh, come on. Life is so unfair. I was just reveling in the interior cut shot, which is really beautiful. But as I'm standing here, I'm looking at the ass end of it, which I think is even more beautiful. It's crazy. There's a lot of military noise today. But now let's have a bite. The beef smell is overwhelming. No If I made these all the time, I'd never go out for a burger, ever again. It is as good as I'm telling you it is. I'm not making this up. You don't pay for this content. Me telling you this is fantastic and now literally the best burger I've ever made will not gain us any more attention, likes, views, subscribers, nothing. And by the way, if this was a piece of shit and I stand up here and I blow smoke up your ass about how good this is and you make it and it sucks, you're never going to watch me again. I stand to lose everything and nothing to gain by telling you how good this is. And this is so good. And the triple combo of the beef is really what's happening here. If you can only get one, I say get the brisket and mix it 50-50 with regular ground beef. But if you can grind your own, make this combination. And end up with this. Game changer. By the way, this shirt comes in 2 other styles. Look, clearly you've got time at home. And if you don't have a grinder, we'll put a link. Okay? All right? Wash your hands.
Can I borrow the living room? I wanted to do some yoga, and you're in my way.
I'm not in your way. Just do yoga, Mom. I don't care.
No, you don't understand. I'm with you 24/7. We live together. I need some me time.
Well, have your me time. I'm not bothering you.
No, seriously. I just want to just do some exercising alone. I didn't want to have to deal with your nonsense because I don't know if you're going to end up changing the channel like you usually do.
I won't.
You're like remote trigger happy.
I won't. I'll just leave it. Just do whatever you want, Mom. I don't care.
All right.
Why are you being so mean to me all the time?
I'm not mean to you. You're mean to me. This is how we are. You give what you give is what we get back. So think about it. Okay?
All right, whatever. Just do your yoga. I don't care.
Don't change the channel.
Okay, I promise. How's work been?
Sorry?
How's work been going?
Well, Sally forgot the copies of the printer again, so I'm late on another report. But I got an extension for another 2 days, so that should be good. That means I could get it in on time.
That's good.
What's going on with you and the girlfriend? Things getting serious now?
Yeah, I mean, things are going pretty good. She's alright.
I haven't seen her around the house very much.
Yeah, we kind of got in a fight last week.
Oh. Yeah, figured you guys would have made up in 24 hours.
I mean, we'll be fine. I'm not worried about it.
Well,
So what, Dad's coming back like 2 days from now?
yeah. I had to do another out-of-town mission for work. They always got me working now.
Yeah, he's a busy guy.
Flying around. I told him one of these days he should just take me. I'd love to travel, but apparently they don't pay for extra tickets for family. Otherwise we would all go.
They're getting pretty good, Mom.
All these videos are keeping me very limber. I'm actually liking.
Кристина, здравствуйте.
Ой, Дэвид, привет.
Привет.
Ты вернулся с колледжа?
Да,
Как твои дела? Я тебя так давно не видела. Как твой папа поживает?
все отлично, отлично. Он там затеял ремонт, строит новый дом.
Это здорово. Слушай, я тебе позвонила не просто так. У меня здесь небольшая проблема. У
Что
меня
случилось?
муж на работе, и у меня сломалась лампочка в светильнике. Я не могу ее выкрутить, она там застряла, заела. Вот моя нормальная лампочка, которую нужно вставить.
Since the birth of mankind, we have grown from single-cell organisms to rational conscious beings capable of love and hate. For centuries, we've fought our enemies, helped our brothers, taken advantage of our environment, and planted trees for our children. History dictates how war and politics can pull us apart, and how understanding and progress will bring us together. Millions of lives spent searching for a purpose, a meaning, a direction. Some turning to belief, some turning to madness. A wise man once said, the two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. Why do we exist? What is our purpose? While some believe we should live under the control of others, some believe we should live free. We are born into a world defined by division, sex, color, faith, culture, heaven, hell, night, day, blood, grip, rich, poor, young, old, strong, weak, silence, God. There are always forces out there that wish to divide us, but from right now, become one.
Welcome to the first ever stress ball stress test. Championship. Our competitors are going to use a very dumb tool to break into an oversized stress ball. With cash on the line, who's going to win? Let's find out.
Oh, the giant color morphing stress ball. Look at that.
It's kind of like really hard to stretch. You can almost use it as like a resistance band, get a little workout going on.
It's color changing when you kind of stretch it out.
When we draw in a series of tools to see if I can't bust into this bad boy, so.
I really don't like breaking things, but yeah, I'll give it my best shot.
It's a giant stress ball for giant stress. And I'm about to destroy it.
And for round one, John's gonna start us off. He's giving it a solid spin, looking for a solid tool.
Number 10. What's that?
Number 10, he's got Newton's cradle.
Newton's cradle?
This is a bit of a challenge. This is a device that uses kinetic energy to bounce little tiny spheres around. John's gonna have to get physical here.
3.
And number 3, oh, she has to break into a stress ball with a spoon.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here. Number 5.
And Kyle got the metal detector, so now we can find out if he's actually a robot.
I think that should be good enough. For me, I don't even need a metal detector.
I don't know what he's gonna do with this thing. What can he do?
8.
She draws a number 8, which is a magnifying glass.
How am I, what? A magnifying glass?
Maddie, not knowing what to do next, questioning all of her life decisions up to this point.
What? Okay, just gonna give a little bit force, maybe?
Kara, oh! She's breaking through, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I did it.
And she's rewarded with what appears to be a bubble of thick snot.
Gotta try. Oh!
Maddie breaking through with a stab from the back end of the magnifying glass.
I did not expect that to work. Success.
Kyle, not knowing what to do here, decides to give up and throw it off the table.
These edges are not sharp. Stretch it out. Oh, I got it! Yes! Oh, weird. Oh, it's so slimy.
Oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to touch.
me to be meeting me, having this conversation in this moment, right? I get that. I get the moment. Can we get past that? Can we speak to guys?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. It's good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
watch this part.
Tougher than I thought it was going to be.
Right now, sharing in the cash, we have John, Kara, and Maddie, with Kyle, who's technically still playing this game. And for the next round, our contestants compete to break the giant brain stress ball.
Oh, okay.
Looks kind of like a brain. Feels kind of like a brain.
Okay. That's a weird feeling.
Feels pretty thick, honestly, so this one might be kind of hard to break. Okay, yeah, I like this one. I don't want to destroy it. I like it.
For this round, our players are getting their hands on that gray matter. Let's see what they're up against.
9.
Never been on a court before. Kara with the badminton racket.
This might be kind of fun. Number 6.
Maddie's random tool, sandpaper. That's a real head scratcher right there.
Sandpaper? All right, let's do it.
John giving it a solid spin. Number
11.
John drawing a rolling pin. Fun fact, John likes to bake a lot, but I don't think he's ever baked a brain before. Can he roll out this dish? Let's find out.
Number 1.
Kyle with the mallet. So I'm assuming he thinks he's gonna just be able to hammer his way into this thing over and over.
Sometimes, just a good old schwack will do it.
And it looks like everybody's taking a heavy swing at this thing, thinking they can all beat their way into the brain.
I'm like breaking the sandpaper more than I'm breaking the brain.
Maddie doesn't even know what to do. She's just...
I was averaging 1 shower every 3 to 4 days. But listen, there is statistics behind that. Seriously, there is. I've explained this before. When you don't shower, your body builds up like grease, okay? And like right here, my wrists get greasy, so my mouse slides a certain way, okay? But when you shower, that grease is gone, so your wrist like sticks. It's too clean. You understand? No, think about it. I swear to God, it's actually true. So the shower was for a purpose. Now, did the shower make me take a month and a half? Well, I was on vacation. You guys were probably like, oh no, T1, we seen you. You were just playing League. Wrong. I was playing League. The only time I played League during this vacation was when I was on my private jet to the Bahamas. I went surfing. I learned how to surf. As you can see, I'm quite tan as well. I went on vacation. Seriously. I barely even played. Speaking of the fucking playing though, I did in fact. I am not trying to brag. T1 is a humble man. I would never, ever in my life brag about anything. I'm down to earth. However, gentlemen, lads, ladies, gals, you are looking at right now a challenger jungle. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Whoa, T1. Thank you. Yes, that's me. I am a challenger jungle. I will sell coaching if you need it. I will gladly sell it. Real quick, look at this. Challenger jungle. Oh wait, I actually can't have this background. I forgot. Hold on, let me change this real quick. I go here. Yo! Okay, gotta go right there. Actually can't have that background, I forgot. Anyway, so yeah, we hit Challenger. Dude! Off topic real quick. I took a month vacay. All fucking hell broke loose, didn't it? All hell broke. Like, dude, where is it? I was saying every day, man, I love some fucking drama. I'm finna start some drama, right? Woo! I leave and everything fucking explodes. Dom and Tarzan get into it. Yasuo, God knows why, fucking chimes in. It's hilarious. Because, honest to God, they're all fucking losers. And I don't like any of them. Quite frank. Speaking of losers, what the fuck did you guys do while I was gone? That's the real fucking question. Because this website is dead. I was waiting in 30-minute queues, not even bother watching streams. Straight like this. Q pop. Straight like this. Q pop. And they're not worth it. They're not worth they suck. No offense. They're all trying their best. But man, they fucking suck. Honest to God. But hey, we back at it now. Final note. Real quick, I'm not a drama person, right? We don't fuck with drama here on this channel. One last thing. Tarzan is a champ select ghoster. Confirmed. I have proof myself. And Dom made me change my background. Okay, there you go. I'm not trying to rekindle drama or anything. I just want to spit those facts real quick. No more. Mo, who cares? Hey, no more drama. I'm not trying to reignite the flame. I'm just saying. Woo! Okay, wait, this is a little bit weird. Dude, I don't know why, but it feels like my chat should be pinging me. Like, I feel like I need audio. I know, it's weird. It's been a fucking while. Hold on, let's try. Wait, okay, I'm starting Rat Arrow's. I haven't listened to Rat Arrow's playlist in a month. I haven't heard the guy. Hopefully it's not too fucking bad. Secondly, we heard about. Oh, sorry, I almost missed something. Yo, why is Voyboy getting flamed? Real quick. Why would anybody ever flame Voyboy? Kayla said I should defend him. Well, you're fucking right. I said secondary like 4 times, by the way. Dude, imagine flaming Voyboy for congratulating a friend on an achievement. First of all, I feel bad because Voyboy takes this stuff to heart. Like me, you can flame me all day. I don't care. You're all, trust me. I can visualize every person who flames me. 110 pounds, lanky, pale, smells like shit, long shaggy hair, right? So I mean, when people type, he wants a piece of shit, that's all I see. I mean, I don't give a fuck. And stop trying to hide the fact you're all losers. Especially if you're waiting to, off topic, there are a lot of fake fucks here. I checked my, I had to change my stream title today. Well, when you gotta change your stream title, the sub count is right by it. I opened the page and I straight. God damn! What the fuck is going on here? So you guys are telling me don't fucking have a subscription to, what's it called? Funimation or Crunchyroll for a month or whatever. But I leave for a month and a half and I lose, get this, I lose 15,000 subscribers. So you can't forget to re-enable it. But don't forget about your Xbox Live membership. A lot of fake fucks here, man. A lot of fakes. A lot of big old fakes. Like, all these people right now resubbing, honest to God, just fuck up. Fuck out of here, dude. Sorry, so that was changing my stream title, so I've seen that. Whatever. This is gonna be a little bit of a shorter one. Because, well, honestly, it's the first one back, and it's a little bit weird, right? It feels funny. I haven't left the house in 2 months. Yesterday, I went to see my mom, and it was the first time I put on boxers or a shirt in over 45 days. 45 days. Listen, it ain't easy being the fucking best. It's really not. It is absolutely not. Like, how's that nasty? It's not nasty at all. I mean, I was showering once every 3 days, so it's not nasty. I would just put on shorts, not boxers. Wait, what? Kids, I didn't rage once in real life. Those holes were there from 2017. How are new people in the channel? I didn't rage once. Outside of game. I made sure of that because I am playing a beautiful, tall, swagger. Dude, look at this. Look at him. Listen. You guys want to hear how me and him came to be? You want to hear how? It was fucking crazy, man. Listen, get this. Okay, so the story of why people play good, of why and how T1 you climbed with Iber to Challenger. It was insane. It's motivational. Listen. So the very last stream, I played Ivern, and I was like, wow, this dude's really chill. I don't chill. He fucking big dick walks around. Look at that. Just like that. I don't give a fuck. Walks around the fucking jungle. Just like that. It's moving. And so I was like, you know what? This dude a brother. He don't give a fuck. So you know what? Let's play him. Last stream, I said that. I said, when I'm tilted, I'm going to play Iron. But I was getting tilted a lot. So I was playing Iron a lot. I was like, okay. You know what? I felt with them. I went to bed one night, but before I went to bed, I won 2 Iron games in a row. I completely intended to troll. both of those games. I was just trolling. I picked Iron to troll, and I won him. I was laying in bed, or the couch that night. I slept on the couch. Fully clothed because it's closer to my computer. So when I would wake up, I would have to walk a shorter distance to my computer. So it would give me about 60 seconds extra per day to play League. Whereas if I went straight and turned the corner, and then turned another corner, and went to the bed, that would take about a minute off of my day. Can't have that. So anyway, I was sleeping on the couch. Well, I woke up, and I was like, I want to play Iron today. Message Tarzan on Discord. Message him. I was like, you know what? I think Iron's strong. I'm going to play him today. Watch Iron every single Iron YouTube video I watched. Every single one. Well, within the last year, because I didn't care about before, I read Iron's lore, studied his fucking lore, read it like a book. It's actually pretty interesting. He used to be a cruel soldier. We'll talk about that in a second. So I fucking did that. I was like, let's fucking go. I'm finna climb rank 1 with Iron, bitches. Hop on the computer. I lose 9 Iron games in a row. D2 0 LP. Did I give up? I was sitting at like a 20-something% win rate on Iron. Did I give up? No. I fucking reeked to another one. Lost 13 of 14. At this point, if you're playing a champion and you have lost 13 of your last 14 games on the champion, how does your team ever even make it through select? How do people in champs check my op.gg, see me lose 13 games in a row out of 14 or whatever, and not dodge? We'll talk about that in a second. That's one problem with League. People just don't give a fuck. So anyway, I fucking lost all those games, but I felt it. It felt good. When you find a champion that you like, it feels good, bro. Like when I first found Draven, you guys probably, somebody has to talk about it. It's like clicks. That's it. It just clicks. That's it. He's the one. So I kept going. I kept going with Ivern. Kept playing. Kept grinding. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. We're back to D1. More Ivern. More Ivern. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, shit. D1's Master Tier. Well, more! Grandmaster! And when I hit Grandmaster, it's crazy. All other NA junglers started playing Ivern as well, by the way. Hi, Elo. They all tried it. You know what? First of all, they're fucking fanboys. And I started to get salty at that point. Like, you want to play Ivern because I'm playing Ivern? You pieces of shit. You no good scum fucking bastards. He's mine. Get the fuck off. I said, whatever. Like, I'm talking about, Greek started playing it. Pants are drag. Okay, Pants are who, right? But, he plays everything meta. So. Occasionally, all these pros started trying it. What can I say? Kind of like when Quinn was strong. Broxa played it. Yeah. We keep playing it. Boom! We're one game away from Challenger. Who the fuck do we lock in? Ivern. And talk about a 1v9 action. Even when I'm not streaming, I am literally providing action-packed, hard-hitting game 1v9 performances, period. I 1v9 the fucking game and we get challenged on Ivern. I love him. Dude, he rescued Daisy. You understand? Daisy was near death. And he saved her life. And now she's loyal to him forever. If Ivern's ever in trouble, she'll help. You understand? Daisy's a real motherfucker. Respect. You should read up on the lore. It actually immerses you a lot. Now, so that's why we started playing Iron. Love him. Big love, big love. Now you guys are probably gonna say, well, T1, what about a Mumu? LOL Tyler 1, buddy, we've seen your Mumu games. What's going on here? Why are you picking them? Well, why this astounding, astronomical domination performance? That's a fucking stream title. Let me write that down real quick. Okay. I just spit stream titles. I just spit them. Man. It just flows out. Why the fuck? Back down real quick. LOL Tyler 1, buddy, we've seen your Mumu games. What's going on here? Why are you picking them? Well, why this astounding, astronomical domination performance? That's a fucking stream title. Let me write that down real quick. Okay. I just spit stream titles. I just spit them, man. It just flows out. Where was I? You're probably thinking, wow, T1, why that movie? Dude, this is the problem with League. It is the problem. My Ivern was too good. He wasn't a for fun pick anymore. So I moved my Amumu. Dude, if I lock in a Mumu, how does the game make it through select? Speaking of this is like Void Boys hashtag save League, right? Save League of Legends. How does the game? These people don't care. They don't care if they win. They don't care if they lose. Nobody cares. There should not be a world where T1's Amumu makes it through select. It doesn't make sense. It does not. But it does, time and time again. By the time I'm done playing Amumu, I'm going to have a 2% win rate. And people still are going to dodge. It doesn't make sense. Listen. The Amumu pick is for those players, are just going to fucking run it. I mean, if they're going to run it, I'm going to have fun. I'm going to cry in Fountain. Now, you probably see I have 5 wins on them, right? 5 wins? Those 5 wins were because I AFK'd in Fountain begging them to feel sorry for me and FF. Trust me. When you see a Mumu crying in the Fountain, no friends, nobody by his side, you have to FF. Are you not human? Anyway, so that's a Mumu. Dude, this is a fucking grind. This is so fucking hard. But we fucking did it, man. After I did it, or after I got it, like, Kayla came upstairs, like, yeah, you did it, woo! I was just like this. Kayla, I've been playing League for a month and a half, 20 hours a day. It's not even, there was no excitement. Like, I don't know, I was not excited at all. I was relieved. Like, finally, it should. Listen, you little D1 fucking shit-stained fuckers. You are asshole and you are bad at the game. You hear me? You hear me? You fucking insects. We are not equal. Do not type to me. Do not look at me. Do not hover your mouse over my champion portrait. Don't. Me and you are not the same. People are saying, but it took you 2,000 games, Tyler won. No, it took me 1.8 thousand games to get a diamond. It took me 200 games from Grandmaster to Challenger. Don't say that. That's more acceptable. It took me 1.5k to get a diamond. It is a hellhole. They're all lost. They need to find themselves in real life and then start playing League. It's fucking insane, man. But, like, holy shit, I couldn't take it. Dude, I mean, and we were I think, when did we, does anybody know when our last stream was exactly? Like exactly how many days? Probably 40 something. April 16th. Okay, how much is that? How much exact date? 45. Was it 2 months? 45. 1 month 17. Okay, so yeah. So this we got to about 195 LP. Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna be dead honest. Right here, this little spike right here, dodge abuse. I mean, it is what it is. Dodge abuse. I was dodging 8 times a day. Hey, I mean, I'll admit it. I was dodging 8 times a day. Was I a 200 LP player? Obviously not, because after they nerfed dodging, I fucking torpedoed straight down. But listen, dodging's broken. Dodging was broken. It was. I mean, dude, there should never be a world where dodging helps you climb. I would dodge every game if we lost from select. Just dodge. Yo, by the way, if you're donating, listen, I'll get those in a second. Or you'll resub it, I'll get those in a second. Or 5 million-ish. Right? 5 million. But dude, then we stopped, we started playing Irony fucking Climb. Also, one more story. He's not gonna like this. Tarzan's dog shit, dude. No offense. Tarzan's so he's so overrated. I'm sorry. I jungled against him. He's not smart. Like, I don't know. Like, he's just stupid. He was so outclassed, it was insane. I shit on him. He coin flipped a 2v2 winning bot lane and got so lucky by that. And I still would have won, but I fucking choked at the last second and I made a bad call and it lost my team the game. But it was my first time jungling against him in 2 years. And now with straight facts, that is why he isn't even gonna get close to hitting rank 1 this year. No offense. He's not the worst jungler on the server. I mean, trust me, we know who that is. He's trying his best, it's not funny. He's trying his best. Good for him. Good for him. So, I'll save Tarzan for another time. Yo, Night Blue's, he's a cool dude. He's giving it his all. I'm not trying to harass him. I'm not trying to flame, obviously. But dude, listen. Just leave my name out of your mouth. Every time you speak it, you lose money. Like, why did he even mention gifting me 1,000? Like, do you need more tax? Like, I didn't even say anything. I didn't even mention his name. He seen me get Challenger. He got triggered. He tweeted, I'll give Title 1 1,000, blah, blah. I'll quit League for the 18th, blah, blah, like all this shit. For no reason. Like, nobody even said anything. And he just does it. Like, he's obviously not going to get it. He doesn't have what it takes, right? So, even if he does get it, I don't give him anything. I give him nothing. He literally just said, from out of nowhere, I'll get to 1,000 subs. Like, it's not even a bet. He just said it. These egos, man. These egos, I don't get. God, junglers, man. Fucking hell. This is what I mean. It's what it is. Keep it up, Night Blue. You'll get it, but keep grinding. But I am the absolute greatest of all time. It has now been confirmed. I'm a Challenger jungle main. I'm a Challenger AD. Fucking, listen, also. So today, I'll play on my Challenger account. The plan is, I want to get my 80 carry account Challenger. Now listen, we said we were going to do top lane. Guys, Listen, I need some time to fucking rest, okay? We will do top lane, and I'll get challenger on that. But listen, I've played 2,000 games in like 4 months. Do you understand how like hard this is? Like actually hard it is, and how like mentally taxing it is. It's not easy. It's not easy. Just need to, you know, breathe for a bit. I can't like intake everything again. Like learn top, like I just need to learn. Some time to not learn. Just okay. Stop the variety. Also, dude, what about all our 1v1 requests? Yo, listen. We'll get ya. Hey, we'll get ya. Hey, not a scammer. I'll get ya eventually. And those variety requests, listen. I'll get ya. Trust me. Trust me. I'll get you. They'll, oh, piss off, losers. Hey, shut the fuck up. Be happy I'm even fucking here. Trust me. I was watching Twitch. Tried to watch Twitch long gone. Trust me, you guys need me more than I need you. Let's be honest. Straight fact. Straight fucking facts. That'd be what it be. It is what it is. Alright. Oh, dude, there was a whole bunch of... We gotta watch a lot of shit, but I'll do that some other time. Like, because there was so many... Like, the card game, they dropped so many fucking teasers. Yo, I'm not lying, by the way. I'm dizzy. This is the most I've talked. I haven't talked to anybody but Kayla and my mom and my stepdad and my sister in fucking a month and a half. Okay? My anxiety was through the roof just talking to my mom. Like going to talk to my mom. New Volley Bear, listen, that shit sucks. That shit's terrible. Terrible shit. Many people don't know it. What about Europe? Oh, my brother congratulated me on hitting Challenger. He tried to call me, but I didn't have my phone on me. Well, a lot of people congratulated me, actually. I didn't ignore him. I just didn't hear my phone. I wasn't on my phone at all, ever. Ever. It was literally 20 hours of League a day. 25 games. I think we peaked at like 36 games a day. 36. You have social anxiety? No, I don't. It's just, sometimes you get anxiety and you can't help it, but you just gotta tell it to fuck off. Like, literally just tell it to fuck off. I'm a new Fiddlesticks? Dude! These junglers are so broken. Graves, Lee Sin, Fiddlesticks, and Kane. The most broken shit in the game. It's disgusting. Well, let me, So, I'm not sure how many games we're gonna play on this account. Probably like 3. I'm not ever in my life trying to go back to Diamond. Ever. I don't care if that... I've never been a person to not play on his main. Ever. But I have to. Because if I ever in my life get fucking shit talked by these stupid fucking Diamond players, ever, I might lose it. I might lose it. Hear me? If one of these fucks says, I tell them I've been challenger for 4 years in a row, and what are you now? And what are you now? What's your rank now? Woo! Woo! That's like telling fucking Michael Jordan, if he gives you advice, you're not good anymore. I don't gotta listen. Just shut the fuck up. Make me fucking lightheaded. Last dudes, yeah, I watched some of that, dude. That's actually interesting. Also, I'm getting hot because I got a full head of hair. What can I say? And it's crazy because I still get called bald. I probably have more hair in 90% of chat. For sure. No doubt. No doubt in my mind, 90%.
Pierced by Cupid. Day.
Two girls, one cup, and action. We're about to watch the Two Girls, One Cup video. Brian's seen it. I have not seen it. I saw all the threads about it on the internet. I'm like, what are you going to shock me? I saw a guy get fucked to death by a horse. I've seen people eat diarrhea. I've seen it all. So this is supposed to be super disgusting and the most disgusting video ever or whatever. So we're going to see. I'm going to watch it right now. Insane! Where are those girls? We have to find them. We have to offer them a job. Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast is moving to Spotify. I signed a multi-year licensing agreement with Spotify that will start on September 1st. Starting on September 1st, the entire JRE library will be available on Spotify as well as all the other platforms. Then somewhere around the end of the year, it will become exclusive to Spotify. Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast is moving to Spotify.
Joe Rogan, one of the world's most popular podcasters, is making his show, The Joe Rogan Experience, a Spotify exclusive. This is huge industry-changing news. The show hasn't even been available on Spotify up until this point, and the company is reportedly spending potentially more than $100 million to bring it over. This means that if you want to listen to The Rogan Show,
Way too dank. This is way too dank, lads. Way too dank, bruv. My PC's overheating.
Before the stress test, but stuff happens. I signed up. How do I get in? You're gonna get an email. It goes in the order people signed up, and it's sending 1,000 at a time, starting in 9 minutes. We will send more at a time if everything's working fine. But a lot of people signed up, and if we let absolutely everyone log in at the exact same time, I'm guessing it would break. So So we go a little tiny bit spread out. Yeah, wait. I've never actually been in game with like thousands of people, so it'll be interesting once the emails start going out. Is this gonna be the final map? Not absolutely for sure, but probably similar for start. And then we will, in patches, expand into the clouds. Everyone is, someone asked how many servers. Everyone is on the same server. It just has to, everyone, someone asked how many servers. Everyone is on the same server. It just has different channels. And as more people log in, it makes more channels. That's actually what we were testing today because we don't have enough people on our own to test that. So, and then you just change server like this, but your character exists on all of them, you know? Oh, Sly Wolf's here. Hey, Sly. Hold hands? We can't hold hands. You can dance on the log, though. It was a bug that you could dance while sitting, but then I was like, actually looks cool. So fucking, I'll leave it. How do you reserve your name? We don't have name reserve. You got first come, first serve, dude. You better fucking hurry up. How many people signed up? Okay, well, I only tweeted. I didn't actually stream announcing the sign up, and 20,000 people signed up through my tweet. Like, put their email and everything, you know? Every single person who downloads the game, I have to pay for it because we're not doing it on Steam. We're downloading off our website. It costs like $1 every like 7 people or something. When I do a bigger stress test, if we let absolutely everyone in, then I'll do it on Steam because otherwise it'll just bankrupt to me. Okay, so the first 1,000 emails should have just gone out right now. Okay, I'll go meet you guys in like the town. Is account sharing allowed? Oh, of course. I would never ban anyone for account sharing. We're gonna see the first non-dev log in this game in a sec, dude. Wait, these are people from... Okay, these are the first non-devs who've logged in. This guy and this guy. Hi, first guy. Oh, Force in all caps is here. And he's black. Oh, we're starting to have people log in, dude. What's up, Tom? Versace. Wait, everything's working so far. This is my first time seeing this many people in game, dude. It's been like 2 years working on the game. This is cool. I'm sitting on this.
Why are you running?
Why am I running? Why not? Freckle Reasons, he has to play My Summer Car. You know, now that I've tried to make a game, we all used to talk shit about My Summer Car. But, you know, it's really hard to make a game, dude. My Summer Car is pretty cool. You guys couldn't make My Summer Car, alright? These, I think these will be player housing. One of them is a store up here. You can go in this one. Just a little. Okay, so the reason you can't go in here is because of COVID. Can't go in the aquarium yet. It's not because we didn't finish the aquarium. You should have special occasion characters that give you unique loot that is only available that day and never come back, like they did in Club Penguin. We will have unique loot that's only available for a really short time and never comes back. For sure. I always liked that stuff the most in games. We have some item that no one else can get anymore. Lily was starting to make some songs for this. She actually made one song.
So you shouldn't tell me that stuff, right? So you shouldn't tell me that stuff, right? Because I feel like I just want you to know that I'm serious. Like, I want you to know that I'm really affected. So look at me. Okay? Like, maybe you guys will stop. So you shouldn't tell me that stuff, right? Because I feel like
But it seems when it matters most, I the most time out of time. Every time I see a signal, wonder if I should be mine. Every time I see a signal, wonder if I should be mine. Every day I see these signals, know what they're all around. But like everything in hindsight, too much I'm staring down.
That ties into one of my questions, the guard relationship. So you made friends with Snow.
About her previous experiences with him, she says that he seems rude and desperate. So onto this week, Melina talked about this once again and Greek's response to that original clip. When Melina says Greek,
what everyone doesn't understand, and this is just some fact, Greek, inside of his head, he's still the same insecure fat guy that he was before. It's just putting on a mask now that it's been working a bit. This is how everyone goes from looking like he did, being that person, into something new. You're still the same insecure person inside that you have been for years. Just remember that it's not an ego. He just doesn't know how to behave. Now that no one is just... because people aren't shitting on him anymore, but he doesn't know how to behave. It's normal.
About her previous experiences with him, she says that he seems rude and desperate. So onto this week, Melina talked about this once again and Greek's response to that original clip. When Melina says Greek,
what everyone doesn't understand.
should produce this rare puzzle.
I feel really good, really cozy, really peaceful.
Is there progression in Neverland? Originally, when I joined the team, I didn't feel like they had much plans for progression. I'm not sure exactly, but I didn't see much.
It was almost entirely social.
It was going to be like mini games, and
It was going to be like Club Penguin.
Yeah, more like Club Penguin. But I've since added a lot more progression to the game.
Which because he decided it was good, then I'm fine with it. But I had a different initial vision for the game where it was really simple, and I thought people would still like it because the thing is, it would grab a certain amount of the players. They say there's 4 player types, the Bartle?
Yeah.
And 80% of them are socializers. And I think it would grab 80% of people that play Club Penguin. Club Penguin was popular for a reason. I just thought it was going to be too much. Scope. And now we have a bigger team, so we can handle it.
Yeah.
We have 28 people.
I think people will enjoy progression,
We can do it.
It'll be fun.
I'm really happy with how this actually got to this point. Like, I have this I'm already as satisfied as when the game is out. Because I got over the hill. There was a point where I thought the game was never going to finish. And for good reason. Unity God. But he doesn't have a ton of time. So you would work under him and he would tell you what to do.
We do interviews for it, of course.
He interviews you and he'll know if you're shit in the first 5. Working with all the time.
Wait, so... Oh, are they trying to checkmate me? Are they being dirty here?
The Martian atmosphere is 95% carbon dioxide, a few percent nitrogen, a few percent argon, trace amounts of everything else. But there's still a lot of CO2, and so that's probably the most abundant resource on Mars other than dirt. CO2 has oxygen bound in it, and if we can liberate that oxygen from some of that CO2, then we can use it to do something useful. The goal is to pave the way for future human exploration of Mars by demonstrating the ability to generate oxygen. That's where the magic happens, is inside that box.
NASA is set to launch its next rover to the Red Planet in 2020. Stacked inside are 7 science instruments, 6 of which are focused on sample analysis, like the SuperCam and a spectrometer called Pixel that'll measure chemical signatures inside Martian rocks. And this box getting lowered inside the belly of the rover is MOXIE, or the Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment. It's
scaled up. MOXIE uses a technology called solid oxide electrolysis. It works a lot like a reverse fuel cell, where instead of putting in a fuel and getting electricity out, we can put electricity in and electrolyze and basically get a fuel and an oxidizer out. On the outside of the rover, we have a small box with a filter. The filter is to make sure that we don't draw in any dust from the Martian atmosphere into our system, because the next thing in the path is a scroll compressor. The scroll compressor takes this low-pressure Martian gas from the atmosphere and compresses it and brings it up to something closer to Earth's atmospheric pressure, because the next thing that we do is we run it into this thing. We call this our solid oxide electrolysis stack, and it is basically a layer cake of a bunch of metal plates, which are the dark green things, and then these light-colored layers are thin ceramic cells that have particular chemical properties where at high temperature they can conduct electricity using oxygen as the charge carrier. We heat this guy up to about 800 degrees Celsius. You have oxygen ions on one side.
In the year 2024, SpaceX aims to send the first humans to Mars, 55 years after man first set foot on the moon. While the Apollo missions only involved short stays on the moon, SpaceX aims to make Mars a permanent home for humans. For the first group of astronauts heading to Mars, the journey is expected to take around 5 months. But what will they do when they get there? In this video, we're going to look at what needs to be achieved before we can send humans to Mars. We are also going to look at the initial structures and systems that astronauts will set up in order to begin colonizing Mars. Before the first astronauts ever set foot on the surface of Mars, they will need to have the essentials, like water and power, already set up before they get there. SpaceX plans to achieve this in 2022 by sending 2 BFRs on uncrewed missions, carrying important equipment such as a large array of solar panels and a mining system. This mining system will be the basis of SpaceX's automated propellant plant, which they aim to expand with every new mission that heads to Mars. This propellant plant will process the large supplies of CO2 and water found on Mars by using the Sabatier process to make oxygen and methane, which will then be liquefied and used as fuel to return the astronauts back to Earth. If this mission is successful in setting up the foundations for a Mars colony, SpaceX will be on course for sending the first humans to Mars in 2024. This mission will consist of 2 cargo ships and 2 crewed ships, carrying around 6 to 8 astronauts each. The astronauts could be staying on Mars anywhere between a few months or a couple of years while they continue to set up the propellant plant. One of the most important things the astronauts will have to do when they arrive is set up a base. It's unclear what the first Martian base will look like, although many have suggested that it should have a similar design to the International Space Station, with compact pressurized modules allowing room for expansion. Others have suggested that the initial base on Mars should be built underground to protect the astronauts from the intense radiation and extreme weather experienced on Mars. It's possible that Elon Musk's Boring Company could be used to dig tunnels and create underground habitats for astronauts to live on Mars. Then there is the question of how astronauts will get their food. The first astronauts on Mars will take a 2-year supply of vacuum-sealed packets of food, which are light and compact, just like the ones used on the ISS. The astronauts won't be relying on Mars-grown food. However, it's likely that they will bring a greenhouse on their first mission to experiment with growing food and possibly supplementing their food with freshly grown produce. In order to navigate the surface of Mars, the astronauts will also need a vehicle that can deal with the roughest of terrains. NASA have been developing the Space Exploration Vehicle for this exact purpose. This is a pressurized vehicle which can support up to 4 astronauts for 72 hours. With multiple SEVs on the surface of Mars, it would allow astronauts to travel more than 125 miles in any direction, a major leap forward from the maximum 6-mile range that the lunar rover had on the Moon. So as we get closer to seeing the first humans set foot on Mars, we can appreciate the enormous engineering challenges that need to be overcome before they get there. If you enjoyed this video and would like to contribute to Primal Space, please visit patreon.com/primalspace, where we will be doing a giveaway of a Saturn V Lego set once we reach 50 patrons. So make sure you're subscribed so you can join in the discussion as we continue to learn more about all things space. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Oh my God! Can't believe it. It's just, John, we just had Earthrise. Fantastic. That's beautiful. And the color film didn't work. That makes me so mad. Golly, John, Tom, get that if you can. I don't have any color film on this son of a bitch. Try it once more. Maybe it'll work.
Strap yourselves in. We're going to Mars. Not just a few astronauts. Thousands of people are going to colonize Mars, and I am telling you that they're going to do this soon. Some of you will end up working on projects on Mars, and I guarantee that some of your children will end up living there. That probably sounds preposterous, So I'm going to share with you how and when that will happen. But first I want to discuss the obvious question. Why the heck should we do this? 12 years ago, I gave a TED Talk on 10 ways the world could end suddenly. We are incredibly vulnerable to the whims of our own galaxy. A single large asteroid could take us out forever. To survive, we have to reach beyond the home planet. Think what a tragedy it would be if all that humans have accomplished were suddenly obliterated. And there's another reason we should go. Exploration is in our DNA. 2 million years ago, humans evolved in Africa and then slowly but surely spread out across the entire planet by reaching into the wilderness that was beyond their horizons. This stuff is inside us. And they prospered doing that. Some of the greatest advances in civilization and technology came because we explored. Yes, we could do a lot of good with the money it will take to establish a thriving colony on Mars. And yes, we should all be taking far better care of our own home planet. And yes, I worry we could screw up Mars the way we've screwed up Earth. But think for a moment what we have worried. Yes, we could do a lot of good with the money it will take to establish a thriving colony on Mars. And yes, we should all be taking far better care of our own home planet. And yes, I worry we could screw up Mars the way we've screwed up Earth. But think for a moment what we had when John F. Kennedy told us we would put a human on the moon. He excited an entire generation to dream. Think how inspired we will be to see a landing on Mars. Perhaps then we will look back at Earth and see that that is one people instead of many, and perhaps then we will look back at Earth as we struggle to survive on Mars and realize how precious the home planet is. So, let me tell you about the extraordinary adventure we're about. Fascinating facts about where we're going. This picture actually represents the true size of Mars compared to Earth. Mars is not our sister planet. It's far less than half the size of the Earth. And yet, despite the fact that it's smaller, the surface area of Mars that you can stand on is equivalent to the surface area of the Earth that you can stand on, because the Earth is mostly covered by water. The atmosphere on Mars is really thin, 100 times thinner than on Earth, and it's not breathable. It's 96% carbon dioxide. It's really cold there. The average temperature is minus 81 degrees, although there is quite a range of temperature. A day on Mars is about as long as a day on Earth, plus about 39 minutes. Seasons and years on Mars are twice as long as they are on Earth. And for anybody who wants to strap on some wings and go flying one day, Mars has a lot less gravity than on Earth, and it's the kind of place where you could jump over your car instead of walk around it. Now, as you can see, Mars isn't exactly Earth-like, but it's by far the most livable other place in our entire solar system. Here's the problem. Mars is a long way away, 1,000 times farther away from us than our own moon. The moon is 250,000 miles away, and it took Apollo astronauts 3 days to get there. Mars is 250 million miles away, and it will take us 8 months to get there, 240 days. And that's only if we launch on a very specific day at a very specific time once every 2 years, when Mars and the Earth are just aligned just so the distance that the rocket would have to travel will be the shortest. 240 days is a long time to spend trapped with your colleagues in a tin can. And meanwhile, our track record of getting to Mars is lousy. We and the Russians, the Europeans, the Japanese, the Chinese, and the Indians have actually sent 44 rockets there, and the vast majority of them have either missed or crashed. Only about a third of the missions to Mars have been successful. And we don't at the moment have a rocket big enough to get there anyway. We once had that rocket, the Saturn V. A couple of Saturn Vs would have gotten us there. It was the most magnificent machine ever built by humans. and it was the rocket that took us to the moon. But the last Saturn V was used in 1973 to launch the Skylab space station, and we decided to do something called the shuttle instead of continuing on to Mars after we landed on the moon. The biggest rocket we have now is only half big enough to get us anything to Mars. So, getting to Mars is not going to be easy, and that brings up a really interesting question. How soon will the first humans actually land here? Now, some pundits think if we got there by 2050, that'd be a pretty good achievement. These days, NASA seems to be saying that it can get humans to Mars by 2040. Maybe they can't. I believe that they can get human beings into Mars orbit by 2035. But frankly, I don't think they're going to bother in 2035 to send a rocket to Mars because we will already be there. We're going to land in Mars in 2027. And the reason is this man is determined to make that happen. His name is Elon Musk. He's the CEO of Tesla Motors and SpaceX. Now, he actually told me that we would land on Mars by 2025, but Elon Musk is more optimistic than I am, and that's going a ways, so I'm giving him a couple of years of slack. Still, you got to ask yourself, can this guy really do this by 2025 or 2027? Well, let's put a decade with Elon Musk into a little perspective. Where was this 10 years ago? That's the Tesla electric automobile. In 2005, a lot of people in the automobile industry were saying we would not have a decent electric car for 50 years. And where this guy really do this is more optimistic than I am, and that's going a ways, so I'm giving him a couple of years of slack. Still, you got to ask yourself, can this guy really do this by 2025 or 2027? Well, let's put a decade with Elon Musk into a little perspective. Where was this 10 years ago? That's the Tesla electric automobile. In 2005, a lot of people in the automobile industry were saying we would not have a decent electric car for 50 years. And where was that? That is SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket lifting 6 tons of supplies to the International Space Station. 10 years ago, SpaceX had not launched anything or fired a rocket to anywhere. So I think it's a pretty good bet that the person who is revolutionizing the automobile industry in less than 10 years and the person who created an entire rocket company in less than 10 years will get us to Mars by 2027. Now, you need to know this. Governments and robots no longer control this game. Private companies are leaping into space, and they will be happy to take you to Mars. And that raises a really big question. Can we actually live there? Now, NASA may not be able to get us there until 2040, or we may get there a long time before NASA, but NASA has taken a huge responsibility in figuring out how we can live on Mars. Let's look at the problem this way. Here's what you need to live on Earth: food, water, shelter, and clothing. And here's what you need to live on Mars: all of the above plus oxygen. So let's look at the most important thing on this list first. Water is the basis of all life as we know it, and it's far too heavy for us to carry water from the Earth to Mars to live. So we have to find water if our life is going to succeed on Mars. And if you look at Mars, it looks really dry. It looks like the entire planet is a desert. But it turns out that it's not. The soil alone on Mars contains up to 60% water. And a number of orbiters that we still have flying around Mars has shown us, and by the way, that's a real photograph, that lots of craters on Mars have a sheet of water ice in them. It's not a bad place to start a colony. Now, here's a view of a little dig the Phoenix lander did in 2008, showing that just below the surface of the soil is ice. That white stuff is ice. In the second picture, which is 4 days later than the first picture, you can see that some of it is evaporating. Orbiters also tell us that there are huge amounts of underground water on Mars as well as glaciers. In fact, if only the water ice at the poles on Mars melted, most of the planet would be under 30 feet of water. So there's plenty of water there, but most of it's ice, most of it's underground. It takes a lot of energy to get it and a lot of human labor. This is a device cooked up at the University of Washington back in 1998. It's basically a low-tech dehumidifier, and it turns out that Mars' atmosphere is often 100% humid. So this device can extract all the water that humans will need simply from the atmosphere on Mars. Next, we have to worry about what we will breathe. Frankly, I was really shocked to find out that NASA has this problem worked out. This is a scientist at MIT named Michael Hecht. And he's developed this machine, MOXIE. I love this thing. It's a reverse fuel cell, essentially, that sucks in the Martian atmosphere and pumps out oxygen. And you have to remember that CO2, carbon dioxide, which is 96% of Mars' atmosphere, CO2 is basically 78% oxygen. Now, the next big rover that NASA sends to Mars in 2020 is going to have one of these devices aboard, and it will be able to produce enough oxygen to keep one person alive indefinitely. But the secret to this, and that's just for testing, the secret to this is that this thing was designed from the get-go to be scalable by a factor of 100. Next, what will we eat? Well, we'll use hydroponics to grow food, but we're not going to be able to grow more than 15 to 20% of our food there, at least not until water is running on the surface of Mars and we actually have the probability and the capability of planting crops. In the meantime, most of our food will arrive from Earth and it will be dried. And then we need some shelter. At first, we can use inflatable pressurized buildings as well as the landers themselves, but this really only works during the daytime. There is too much solar radiation and too much radiation from cosmic rays. So we really have to go underground. Now, it turns out that the soil on Mars, by and large, is perfect for making bricks. And NASA has figured this one out too. They're going to throw some polymer plastic into the bricks, shove them in a microwave oven, and then you will be able to build buildings with really thick walls. Or we may choose to live underground in caves or in lava tubes, of which there are plenty. And finally, there's clothing. On Earth, we have miles of atmosphere piled up on us, which creates 15 pounds of pressure on our bodies at all times, and we're constantly pushing out against that. On Mars, there's hardly any atmospheric pressure. So Dava Newman, a scientist at MIT, has created this sleek spacesuit. It will keep us together, block radiation, and keep us warm. So let's think about this for a minute. Food, shelter, clothing, water, oxygen take 1,000 years to accomplish. But humans are amazingly smart and incredibly adaptable. There is no telling what our future technology will be able to accomplish, and no telling what we can do with our own bodies. In biology right now, we are on the very verge of being able to control our own genetics, what the genes in our own bodies are doing, and certainly, eventually, our own evolution. We could end up with a species of human being on the Earth that is slightly different from the species of human beings on Mars. But what would you do there? How would you live? It's going to be the same as it is on Earth. Somebody's going to start a restaurant. Somebody's going to build an iron foundry. Someone will make documentary movies of Mars and sell them on Earth. Some idiot will start a reality TV show. There will be software companies. There will be hotels. There will be bars. This much is certain. It will be the most disruptive event in our lifetimes, and I think it will be the most inspiring. Ask any 10-year-old girl if she wants to go to Mars. Children who are now in elementary school are going to choose to live there. Remember when we landed humans on the moon? When that happened, people looked at each other and said, if we can do this, we can do anything. What are they going to think when we actually form a colony on Mars? Most importantly, it will make us a spacefaring species. And that means humans will survive no matter what happens on Earth. We will never be the last of our kind. Thank you.
What's the scariest thing you've ever done? Or another way to say it is, what's the most dangerous thing that you've ever done? And why did you do it? I know what the most dangerous thing is that I've ever done, because NASA does the math. You look back to the first 5 shuttle launches, the odds of a catastrophic event during the first 5 shuttle launches was 1 in 9. And even when I first flew on the shuttle back in 1995, 74 shuttle flight, the odds were still, now that we look back, about 1 in 38 or so. 1 in 35, 1 in 40. Not great odds. So it's a really interesting day when you wake up at the Kennedy Space Center and you're going to go to space that day. Because you realize by the end of the day, you're either going to be floating effortlessly, gloriously in space, or you'll be dead. You go into, at the Kennedy Space Center, into the suit-up room. The same room that our childhood heroes got dressed in. That Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin got suited in to go ride the Apollo rocket to the moon. And I got my pressure suit built around me and rode down outside in the van heading out to the launch pad, in the Astro van heading out in the launch pad. And as you come around the corner at the Kennedy Space Center, it's normally pre-dawn, and in the distance, lit up by the huge xenon lights, is your spaceship. The vehicle that is going to take you off the planet. And the crew is sitting in the Astro van, sort of hushed, almost holding hands, looking at that as it gets bigger and bigger. We ride the elevator up, and we crawl in on your hands and knees into the spaceship, one at a time, and you sort of worm your way up into your chair and plunk yourself down on your back. And the hatch is closed, and suddenly, what has been a lifetime of both dreams and denial is becoming real. Something that I dreamed about, in fact, that I chose to do when I was 9 years old, is now suddenly within not too many minutes of actually happening. And in the astronaut business, the shuttle is a very complicated vehicle. It's the most complicated flying machine ever built. And in the astronaut business, we have a saying, which is, there is no problem so bad that you can't make it worse. And so you're very conscious in the cockpit. You're thinking about all of the things that you might have to do, all the switches and all the wickets you have to go through. And as the time gets closer and closer, this excitement is building. And then about 3.5 minutes before launch, the huge nozzles on the back, like the size of big church bells, swing back and forth. And the mass of them is such that it sways the whole vehicle, like the vehicle's alive under.
Today we
This video is supported by Dashlane, the password manager that keeps your personal data in a secure and convenient place. Try Dashlane for free on your first device by visiting dashlane.com/primalspace. In November 1998, the first module of the International Space Station was launched into orbit. Over the last 2 decades, it's been home to hundreds of astronauts from 19 different countries. This enormous collaboration between different nations shows just how much can be achieved when the world comes together. However, not every nation is allowed to take part in the ISS program. China has never taken part in the program, and since 2011, they were officially banned from doing so. In the to hundreds of astronauts from 19 different countries. This enormous collaboration between different nations shows just how much can be achieved when the world comes together. However, not every nation is allowed to take part in the ISS program. China has never taken part in the program, and since 2011, they were officially banned from doing so. In this video, we're going to look at the history of unlikely space collaborations. We're also going to look at why the US lost trust in China's space program and China's future plans to make their own space station. In the midst of the Cold War, space was the ultimate frontier between the United States and the Soviet Union. After political tensions fueled the advancements in rocket technology, the space race eventually came to a conclusion when Apollo 11 successfully landed on the moon. As the political landscape of the Cold War began to ease, a milestone was reached in 1975 when the US and Soviets worked together on the Apollo-Soyuz project, a mission which involved both nations docking their capsules together in space. The mission began in Baikonur, where 2 cosmonauts launched on the Soyuz 19 capsule. A few hours later, the Apollo capsule lifted off from US soil, launching 3 astronauts into space, where it docked with the Soyuz capsule. 3 hours after docking, the first international handshake in space took place through the hatch of the Soyuz capsule. This extraordinary moment signified a strong shift in the space race and ushered in a new era of international collaboration. Fast forward 23 years and the largest space collaboration was about to begin, the International Space Station. Spearheaded by NASA, the space station involved 15 nations and 5 different space agencies. Besides the technical challenges of developing and launching an entire space station, getting all of these countries to work together required an extreme amount of trust. At first, NASA were concerned that Russia would use the opportunity to transfer advanced technology for their own military use. But after the Columbia disaster grounded the space shuttle, NASA had no choice but to rely on Russia to transport astronauts to and from the space station. Despite the worldwide collaboration required to build the ISS, China was one of the largest countries not invited to join the International Space Station. At the time, the Chinese Space Administration was only 5 years old, and the rest of the nations felt that China was simply not ready to make a meaningful contribution to the project. So China plowed forward with their own space program, and in 2003 became the only nation other than the US and Russia to launch a human into space. As progress continued on the ISS, China stated their desire to join the ISS as a new member. However, legislation introduced by US Congress in 2011 eliminated the possibility of China joining the ISS. In this legislation, a provision known as the Wolf Amendment was passed to forbid NASA and US companies from sharing technological advancements with the Chinese government. Although this may seem like a harsh decision, America's distrust in China was not completely unfounded. In 2007, China deployed an anti-satellite weapon to destroy one of its own weather satellites. This received worldwide criticism for the dangerous amounts of space debris it caused. A decade later, 2 Chinese nationals were charged by the U.S. Department of Justice for allegedly hacking information from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Despite being banned from the ISS, China continues to rapidly advance their space program. In 2019, China became the first nation ever to successfully land a spacecraft on the far side of the moon. In 2011, they launched a space station known as Tiangong-1, which was soon followed in 2016 by Tiangong-2. The final form of the Chinese space station will be 1/5 of the size of the ISS and is expected to be completed by 2023. While the United States remains against the idea of a Chinese collaboration, other space agencies are not so keen to avoid partnership. The European Space Agency have been clear about their willingness to let China into the ISS, and countries such as Italy have even agreed to collaborate with China on future manned spaceflight missions. Whether they were rightfully excluded from the ISS or not, China has been successful in developing their own space program. Over the next few decades, they are poised to become an even bigger player within the space community. But at the end of the day, space exploration should bring nations together. Our greatest achievements in space come when large teams of people work together to achieve a shared goal. Thanks to Dashlane for supporting this episode of Primal Space. Dashlane is the best way to manage and remember all of your passwords, personal data, and payment information, so you don't have to. When you sign up for Dashlane, you choose a master password, which will never leave your device. Every time you sign up to a website, Dashlane generates a long and complicated password, which is encrypted using your master password. This keeps all of your passwords secure and means you only ever need to remember one password. Dashlane also has a secure autofill feature that works for your personal information and credit cards, saving you time when shopping online. Dashlane works across all devices, and you can try it for free on your first device by visiting dashlane.com/primalspace. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Today we attempt our own version of the iconic In-N-Out 4x4, animal style. And I say attempt because there is only one In-N-Out. But for those of you in the country that do not have it, I'm sorry.
Hello, I'm Sunny Williams. I'm up here on the International Space Station. No, I'm going to say where we are. So right now, we're in the Japanese... Hello, I'm Sunny Williams. I'm up here on the International Space Station. No, I'm going to say where we are. So right now, we're in the Japanese laboratory. It's one laboratory out of many here on the International Space Station. It's actually on the left-hand side. If I was International Space Station and I was flying through space like this, my left hand would be where the Japanese laboratory is. So now again, we're on the right-hand side, all the way on the right of the International Space Station. This is Columbus, the European module. It has science experiments all over. You can see it looks a little bit crowded. And here we do a lot of our medical experiments. So this is Node 2. This is a really cool module. Of course, most of these modules you'll see they have 4 sides, and they're put together. That way we could sort of work on a flat plane, either a wall, a floor, another wall, or the ceiling. But, you know, again, all you have to do is turn yourself and your reference changes. The reason I'm bringing that up is because this is where 4 out of 6 of us sleep. And so people always ask about sleeping in space. Do you lie down? Are you in a bed? Not really, because it doesn't matter. You don't really have the sensation of lying down. You just sit in your sleeping bag. So here's one sleep station right here. I'm going in right now. You can follow me if you want. So I'm inside. It's sort of like a little phone booth, but it's pretty comfy. I've got a sleeping bag right here that we sleep in, so we don't have sort of like a little bit of a cover. We don't fly all over the place. But, you know, you can sleep in any orientation. I have it feeling like I'm standing up right now, but like you saw, I'm on the floor. But it doesn't matter if I turn over and I sleep upside down. I don't have any sensation in my head that tells me that I'm upside down, so it really doesn't matter. The sleep station is also like a little office. We've got a computer in here. As you can see, we've got a couple little toys. I've got some books. I've got some clothes and other things that make it sort of like home. I'm coming out. And just for reference, that's one sleep station. This one's another, right here. There's one on the ceiling, if you want to call it, right here. And then there's a 4th on the other wall over here. So all of us sleep in a little bit of a circle. All right, come on back. There's more to show you. Here we are in the U.S. laboratory. Again, this is a laboratory with science experience on all of the walls here, all sorts of stuff that we do. And one of the things we also do is we exercise. We have some exercise equipment on board the space station. We need to do that because we lose bone density and muscle mass while we're up here, and that's a result of not having to fight against gravity. So how we keep ourselves in shape, are with a bike, a treadmill, and a weightlifting machine. This is the bike. You notice the clip pedals. So all you need to do is actually clip your feet in, and then you can start pedaling. You don't need a seat because you don't sit down. Actually, I haven't sat down for 6 months now, so you don't need any type of seat. Just make sure you're held in with your pedals. You probably see that the bike bounces around a little bit. As I move it, it's not steady and held to the wall firmly. And the reason for that is the space station is pretty big. You saw that there's also solar arrays on the space station. If we start putting any forces into the space station, it's going to make those solar arrays bounce around a little bit. So to prevent that, the machines bounce around a little bit, move around a little bit, and that way we don't put any forces onto the structure of the spacecraft out to the solar arrays. All right, a little farther on. Come on. Here's a pretty cool place. This is sort of like in your house where everybody meets in the morning. After you wash your face, brush your teeth, you want to find something for breakfast. And this is our kitchen. You might notice there's all sorts of foods here. It's like opening the refrigerator. You got all your different stuff that you want to have: drinks, meats, eggs, vegetables, cereals, bread, snacks. And that's a good place. That's where you find all the candy. Side dishes, and then some little power bars just in case. So we have all this type of food. Some of it is dehydrated, and so we have to hydrate it, fill it up with water. Some of it is already made, and then all we have to do is heat it up. So something like this, I'm pulling out barbecued beef brisket. Pretty yummy. Not only is this food made in the U.S., but we also have food here from Japan. We've got Russian food. As you can see, all these red containers are filled with food that's from Russia. And then we get some of our specialty stuff, some things that we like, some of our favorite stuff that your family can send up. In fact, I like fluffernutters, and so I got sent up some fluff, so